Alright, pretty eye, goddamn. Goddamn, I'm so later. I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye mixtape though. I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I can watch you all day, girl, like you're televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Hey, what's up? So we're going to watch day 7 and day 8. So I hope you join me. We are watching the Karen Read trial. Her new trial starts April 1st. This trial ended up in a mistrial. She is accused of running over her boyfriend going backwards 22 miles an hour in the snow. And she is charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident or death. Let's get into it because this case is wild.
Was Mr. Lally right? All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Calling with the call, Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
I might fast forward. If the friends are like a little slow, I make them talk a little faster. So I apologize for that. But most of them, they were there that night, but didn't see anything. So.
Just almost have the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me. Thank you.
No. Put me down.
Just nice and loud into that microphone.
Put me down.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
There we go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You don't need to see my
Would
fat
you
face.
please state your name and spell your last name? For me?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived
Just a little background with him. He is Carrie Roberts' husband. Carrie Roberts is the friend that of John O'Keefe's that Karen Read called that morning, hysterical, trying to find John because he didn't come home the night before. And Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe were there to help her go find him when they found him in the snow. And Jen McCabe is the sister-in-law to the sister-in-law to the person, the cop's lawn that Officer John O'Keefe died on. This case is wild. The FBI investigated it and told the defense that they told the DA that in good faith they couldn't allow them to try this case because John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car and a car didn't hit John O'Keefe. So because all that she busted out was a tail light. She didn't end up in the middle of the lawn. She didn't end up in the house. The only thing he was head injuries, and his arm had markings like an animal attacked him. Also, the homeowner has a dog, a German Shepherd. So yes, there's a lot of there's a whole movement for free Karen Read because a lot of people don't believe that she did it. And by the witness, by the first case, I don't believe she did it either. The police investigation was botched. There's too much sketchiness going on. Everybody's so tight knit in the circle of trust. It's like a mob out there. And if you're not part of the mob, you know what happens to you. So, yeah. Also, there is I guess, a love triangle, if you want to call it a love triangle. Karen Read was texting one of John's friends, another cop, an ATF agent, some flirty texts back and forth. She ghosted him like 2 weeks before all this happened. The night of, they went to the bar, and the other guy that was like, all up on her, wanting her to decide, pick a side, either me or him. I'm not going to do this. Da 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 da. He was really creepy. He was a 5-stage clinger, single white female type shish. And he's seen them the night at the waterfall bar, and it looked like at the end he was trying to call John on. Well, he texts Karen going, well. And then he texts John, are you coming here? Meaning here is where the other cop lived. That was a Boston cop too. That was their mutual friend the night that he died. So that's a little rundown.
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
Also, I don't usually ask this, but please hit the like, share the live. I'm trying to get to 1K. I'm trying to get monetized. Please help me out. It would mean a lot to me. I love this kind of stuff. I would do true crime if I had a partner in crime. Really not a crime, but if I had a partner, like someone to bounce ideas off of and stuff like that, it would be better for me. But since I'm doing this solo, I'm going to stick to I'm going to do trial watching. So whenever you think you have a case for me that we could talk about, go through all that stuff, please feel free to talk to me. I'm all ears, because if there's not a trial that I'm interested in watching, I will want to do true crime, because, a little bit of my little history, I wanted to be a lawyer. Then I found out, you have to kind of, persuade the truth and different stuff to defend people, because I wouldn't be a prosecutor. Or if I was a prosecutor, I wouldn't be taking cases like this on. And also, I wanted to be a forensic scientist, but I don't like school. So that's my little, my little story. I also kind of was involved in something when I was younger. No, I wasn't the criminal, but yeah. So social justice really means a lot to me. Criminal justice means a lot to me. Yeah. I feel like, the people that, hold authority or set authority over us, even though we're the ones that's supposed to dictate, we're the bosses because we pay them, and I've never heard anybody pay their boss to tell them what to do. But that's besides the point. Unless you're, a simp with a madam. Okay, let's go.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I think about 18 years.
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your two children?
Yes, he has, I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, did they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now,
That's so disgust.
you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in.
This is the Karen Read case. She's accused of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident or death. But there's like some funny business going on. It's a botched investigation. A lot of people in the circle of trust kind of deal. Basically, this is my opinion. They're protecting the cop homeowner that her boyfriend was found on his front lawn. They never searched the house. And the only injuries he had when he passed away was he died from hypothermia, and he had blunt force trauma on his head. And then he had like scrapes or bites from an animal. And the homeowner does have a dog. A lot of people are speculating like he got into a fight because it looks like more fight injuries than it does being ran over 22 miles an hour with a SUV, and the only thing busted is a taillight, and the car didn't end up in the middle of the lawn or the house, and there was no skid marks. So yeah.
In my neighborhood, and my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
Hey, Scratch Off Fever.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his
Thank you for
sister and
joining. I
brother-in-law
appreciate it.
lived, where was that in relation to where you live?
You're welcome.
An eighth of it, like not far, very easily walking distance.
And on the stand right here, this is one of the decedent's friends. He was at the bar the night before. Yes, they were drinking. She was driving. So that's why they're trying to say it was hit and run and all the sorts of stuff, because they were drinking. So now they're questioning him. They just got done with all the cops that were supposed to recuse themselves, but somehow, they played an intricate part in the investigation. They used leaf blowers, red Solo cups to collect evidence. They didn't use a tent. They didn't preserve the crime scene. They left the crime scene wide open for anybody to put anything on it. That morning, they never found taillight pieces, but the night of the morning, there was only 3 to 5 inches of snow on the ground. But the night, in 1.5 feet of snow, they managed to find 3 taillight pieces or 6 taillight pieces, a hat, and a shoe right next to where they searched in the morning. So, yeah, this case shouldn't have went to trial, but she's going for this one. Ended up in a mistrial. Her new trial starts April 1st. I will be covering that. So yeah,
Maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
His niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes.
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
A nephew named Patrick.
Yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff,
same baseball team.
so all three of kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Yeah,
Now, at some
it's,
point,
this
did
is crazy.
Mr. O'Keefe moved away from that
Crazy
house that
case.
was
he did. He moved to One Meadows.
and sort of from your house, where was that in relation? to
Honestly, it shows you how much cops will do to protect their own. It's sad that they won't protect the officer that lost his life. They're protecting the cops that were in the house that night, because it really does. It's starting to add up that it was a fight. It wasn't her. Even though there is a love triangle in the mix, and I think that's maybe why they fought him, like why they beat him and left him to die, is because of that. Yeah.
Probably 2 or 3 miles, a lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met her?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John. Now,
as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Right? Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as we're talking about, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could-
Hey, Ivo, how are you?
She's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No,
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
no.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They
Wow.
did.
Oh,
what was that?
wow. He just asked him if John O'Keefe ever talked to him about his relationship. And he said no. Well, does he talk to your wife about his relationship? He said no. But Carrie Roberts said that John called Karen, and John is the decedent, called Karen a glorified babysitter with benefits. This is weird. Okay.
In regard to what was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center. They wanted me to come up, and I was saying, I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy, and I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Fair enough.
I had to go up there, and
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Okay, okay.
That's
You
what
see
he
that's-
said. He
that's
called
actually
you a
go to
pussy.
McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canton Center.
Yes,
About how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the place?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes,
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was Bud Light. It
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle or something?
was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same. The same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but that's what they normally would drink.
With the Now, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to see if the card is clear.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds. If you could pause it there just a moment. Now, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of City of McCarthy on January 20th?
Yes.
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video, is that correct?
Yes.
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that?
Yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
In all honesty, if they really wanted to solve this case, well, I get they don't want to solve this case because it has to do with another Boston police officer and an ATF agent and possibly a 17-year-old kid. But if they would test the two other, I mean, all the men that were there that night at the Albert's house, get their DNA samples and tested it against John's clothes, it will tell you who the culprits are, because there was two other male contributors on his clothes other than him. And what's crazy is they only tested the two lead investigators on this case, the ones that had bias from the first that they got Karen's vehicle. But it's absolutely disgusting what these guys did. Honestly, I really don't know why they haven't tested it. Like, I get DNA is expensive and it's hard to get warrants, but come on, like, you have a pair of clothes that has 3 male contributors. One is the victim, 2 others are whoever left him there to die. Let's put it that way. And it was no female DNA on his clothes. It was male DNA. So how they thought, or how the jury even like skipped right past that, I'll never know. But yeah, this is crazy.
Pause there just a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
Yeah, they want to protect they want to protect the living cops, but they don't care about the one that lost his life. They still have their life, whether they're behind bars or not. They still have a life, but he doesn't. He no longer has a life, and I feel like, it's sad that the family actually believes this crap. Like, I would be pissed that you didn't fully investigate the death of my son or brother. I would. Instead, because my disdain or whatever I may have for his girlfriend, I'm going to believe this crap. Like, real justice is not convicting the wrong person. It's just not. Like, that's why the whole reasonable doubt thing is there. If you have any doubt in your mind that she convicted this crime, whether you feel bad for the parents or not, you owe that benefit of the doubt to the defendant. This case is wild.
So that was about the time that you were up. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm assuming if you could just continue it for another 30 seconds.
And to be honest, like I would be, if I was on the jury, I would be irritated that they spent more time defending their witnesses, the state witnesses, more than proving that she actually ran him over with a car. Like, where's the proof of that? All you proved is it's snowing. They were at a bar. He was there, but she never went inside type deal because, you know, you have witnesses saying he never went into the house. Well, you know, witnesses lie, and you let them go ahead and, you know, talk to each other and stuff when you're supposed to separate them. You leave the crime scene wide open. You try to frame her. Like anybody knows in a car accident, at 20 miles an hour, there's going to be more damage than a freaking taillight. I mean, that quarter panel where her taillight is, it would have some dents. It has no dents. It has a couple scratches. Woo-wee, you get scratches from a washing. They found DNA on her car. Well, she lived with him 4 days out of the week. Of course you're going to find his DNA. But what's funny is they find all this DNA and this hair, all this stuff, you know, miraculously in a blizzard.
Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
Like you would think, okay, if the Commonwealth, you know, wants to prove, you know, I would stop with all the lollygagging. Like you brought in 10 of their freaking friends, police officers that were supposed to not be on the case because the brothers whose house, the brother is a detective for the police department that was over the case until they had to, you know, call in the Massachusetts State Police. And then they had to recuse themselves because he was a cop of the homeowner. That's a cop too. So, and then the other brother whose son may be involved, he's a board selectman for the town. So it's a lot of authority figures that are involved in this. Like, I don't know. This is just weird. They rehome their phones before the defense could get extract their phones. They rehomed their dog. They rehomed their house. I mean, if anything, of consciousness of guilt, you're worried about her. Well, why don't you worry about the people in the home, because they did more suspicious shit after than she did, and they're the ones crying, "Oh, witness intimidation because a blogger won't leave us alone." Anyways, okay.
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now, yes.
Who do you know to be in relation to so yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thanks. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined you?
Karen Read.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to school.
I believe so, yes. It was
I'll
after
be in the chat.
after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. That'd be good if possible. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer direct your attention. Where do you see Ms. Reed?
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as time, about how long was it that you stayed at CF McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think I kind of drank kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped him by a round or something?
Sure, yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that you would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it, again, that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So.
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, me and Michael came around, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him, that's all.
So you sort of exit and just sort of leave, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here is Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds. And there, Ms. Gilman, you can take that. The camera kind of caught your bot, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left.
I would say.
And with regard to during the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you already said it, but about what time was it that you got home?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was it?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming in, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, did you hear while you were in the house, sort of making?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
The next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. It was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far? You couldn't make out the words.
I couldn't make out the no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Read.
And about what time in the morning was that?
I say 5 o'clock. Would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course, she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expand upon that as far as what you said?
It was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
She said, John's missing. And I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They told me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital, and she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance, and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway already because I knew she was going to come home in a mood.
Clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that time?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock. I don't know exact time. But
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
a.m.
8 a.m. Let me have just one moment.
Yes.
No further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Rhodes, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that
Thank you, Scratch Off Fever. I really do appreciate the support.
prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Read, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it was maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Hey.
That sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you.
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I
You
don't.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
what
don't.
the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw it from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be
You're
normal,
welcome.
correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or
They
her
go too
interaction with
slow
you
for me,
that
so
would
I
lead you
have
to
to
believe that
speed
she
it
was
up.
under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time,
Even when I watch live trials, like I wait a little bit of time and then I start my live because I can't do the like slow talking. Like let's get to the point. And this case, it seems like they never got to the point. So,
that you spent
but the defense, they just come out cracking. I mean, they don't take no time to try to warm them up. They just start shooting shots wherever they can and get right in there and get right out. So I appreciate that the defense does that. But the prosecution, boy, if I hear, oh, it was snowing one more time, I swear to you, like people can see on the film that it was snowing. It wasn't snowing like that bad. You had 3 to 5 inches. The heavy snow didn't start until after he was found. And yeah.
with them at the bar. You didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any of it.
It sounds like you were more concentrated on,
I was talking with the guy.
you were talking with Mike at the bar.
Sure.
But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with.
Hey, I get that. I get that. I think I talk slow too, so it doesn't matter. But I mean, I come on, fast. I guess because I had a lot of friends growing up that talked really fast, so like I hear really fast. I may not talk really fast, but I hear really fast.
with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think. Maybe.
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball. Maybe. I believe. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and usually my wife does that, so I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Read during those, that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring for the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
Oh my God.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
What is it? Bad character evidence for you guys in the stupid state? And over here, behind her, whatever you want to call it, is the person that lost his life, her boyfriend's family. I don't think that they should be on the side of her across from the jury. I think they should put them in the back where her family is and put her family over here because, the emotions, like, yeah, she's so much in debt right now. She had to sell her house, all that stuff. Like she was financially stable, real financially stable. And she had to sell her house, everything just for this case. And they keep on keep on going. They want to retry her, which is stupid. But they're trying to give the family some resolution. Well, the real resolution is take the DNA off his pants and test it against each one of those people's houses. I mean, in the house that night. All the mail. I mean, there's ways you can do it without a warrant. Yeah, I mean, you could do it where it was what is it? What is it? Neglected. No, it wasn't. Abandoned collection. That's what you could do, and I mean, the woman's even got carpet that was down in the basement in a storage facility, but she doesn't have the money to test the DNA on it. It's just crazy. This whole case is crazy. Like, I think they dropped the ball. I hope this time the defense actually says, hey, wait, there's 3 DNAs on there. 2 of which were not John O'Keefe's. And you only tested the police officers, but nobody else. Right there would have been not guilty. Should have been not guilty, but nobody paid attention to that. And that's like the one thing that you should pay attention to. And it sucks because she'd be giving these guys the daggers, and it kind of makes her look, it doesn't make her look very innocent, and she's got to stop that. But I understand, like, I would be giving people, the stare down too if they were lying on me and accusing me of doing something I didn't do.
The last question that I asked you, from your read on this, it appeared to you
Hey,
as
Dark.
though Karen was caring for the kids.
Thank you
and
for
caring
coming in. I
about-
appreciate it.
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Ms. Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next,
Your next witness,
is
Mr.
the
Lally.
bar.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm calling to call Ms. Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Just showing the receipts with how much she had to drink or whatever, I believe. So, like, the only thing she's guilty of is DUI, but so is everybody that was there that night. They all drove home drunk. And for her cop boyfriend to let her drive drunk is crazy.
You solemnly swear
Thank
to
you,
report
Doctor.
during the case and
Appreciate
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as well?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of you start and what time is it that you typically start?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on?
No,
Um,
this is
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts
the girl that's accused is not a bartender.
that you work, about how many people or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to
I bet. You know what? All the bartenders that I knew,
entertainment?
they used to drink when they served. Like, I don't think they got drunk, but like they had a couple drinks. They're not supposed to, but they did.
Sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
I know. Okay, when I was a server at Olive Garden, every shift you did what was like they called it a family gathering. Basically, it's the pre-shift orders, whatever, blah blah blah, and we always had to do a wine sample. And I'll tell you what, them wine samples had me zinging for a good half of my day, and made my waitressing so much fun. No
And what
lie.
kind of entertainment would be there on Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over? Or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the Waterfall in that capacity around on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, some more general questions. What time does Waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Mhm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yep.
Is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the Waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one in the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observed?
Hey, they did it there. And let me tell you, I mean, the reason why a lot of people drink freaking wine is because it's cheap and you can get drunk fast off of it. I mean, we only had like not even a full ounce, you know what I mean? We had like a half a shot. But some people didn't want to drink their wine. So, I was like, here, let me have it. So I would have, a good half a glass, and I had a buzz, and it kept me going.
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops.
All right, thank you so much.
And
for
then
coming
right beyond
through
that
and
is the
scratch
bar
off. I
area,
really
which leads into the
appreciate
patio.
the support.
And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and low tops, starting with the low tops, So how many chairs would typically be around a low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and
Oh
2.
God, we don't.
Now, is there?
You can see
in
on
addition
the
to game
video
bars,
how
also
much
sort of, restaurants you serve?
the high tops, the low tops, the.
Is there sort of a how is that staffed as far as kitchen staff?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. That's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
Full question. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the Waterfall has, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically Restaurant Depot.
And is there like a certain type of, well, let me start that. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be sold?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically be? What kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the
Because
sort of
he
thickness
was
of that
found with the
cocktail glass,
glass
is it bigger at the bottom
next
or
to
bigger
him.
at the top or something?
In the
We have
small
different short
thing.
glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the Waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were describing that band would typically excel?
It's all-
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, approach.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the Waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the legal as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Reyes, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads up to the parking lot for both condo, place, and football.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The date, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause it. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mhm.
So basically all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask, or anybody asks. Okay. So again, what's up on the screen right now? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could,
She wasn't
use a laser
drinking
pointer,
wine.
direct the jury's attention
She
first
wasn't
to that
drinking.
area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
That's fine. Right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
She was drinking gin and
the
tonic, so
high tops and low
or
tops, if you
gin
could,
and
direct the jury's
seltzer,
attention to where those
or
would be.
vodka
So
and seltzer.
these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the
But
bar
it's
area
not
is,
really all the way
what
back
kind of-
there. It's a
okay, well,
small
what if
little
anything is
bar.
closest to you all?
They
high top.
make it look big.
Now,
Yeah, supposedly he was only drinking
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down.
he was only drinking beer
If you could please
and
go to the
get a
video
couple
listed now for January 4th.
shots of tequila, I think. Or she bought them a couple
If you
shots
could
of
pause there for a
tequila.
second.
I don't know.
I was directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this.
They were all
Yes.
shit faced. They were all shit faced. I don't
129
care.
double one, is that the AM, is that correct?
Every last one of them was shit
And it's
faced.
fair to say that the, or what if any difference do you know
Driving.
about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier around 10:30 p.m. So,
This one's brighter.
and why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
Oh.
And as you're closing, what are some
I
of the
swear
sort of
this
final things
this
that you're doing as
testimony
you're
is
closing your
boring
shop?
as fuck.
Cleaning up.
Can we get back to like some friends or something?
Please, Gilman, if I could ask you
Or
to
the other cop,
forward to about
that
15 minutes,
owned the
45 seconds.
house? Can we get to those cases? I think on day 8, that's when the part of day 8
And
was.
Ms. Ferris, from the date and time.
I'm gonna
schedule
watch
there,
part
what
8
time is this
too.
sent
I'm
to?
just finishing
12:16
7,
a.m.
and then I'm gonna
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this,
try to do
from
all of
this
part.
point till about
part
16
8.
minutes
I
and
don't
8
know.
seconds.
It depends on my back, but and if I'm not tired, I'm gonna and I think at 8 they start getting into it. I could be wrong.
The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom towards that front
But
door
like
area, that was
really,
front door.
Yes.
And again, if you could just for the jury.
I mean, you could look at the video and see, Lally. You don't need to ask all these fucking questions.
Yes.
Jesus
That's me.
Christ.
You were basically taking the trash. Correct.
All you gotta do is
You
show
don't
the
need to put this
goddamn
front to that.
receipt. She fucking was the bartender, and that's it. Jesus.
You can stop there and you can take that down.
She wasn't a part of the party. For fuck's sake. You asked the stupidest questions.
Now,
Like, why are you lollygagging? I mean, I know your name's Lally.
from that evening,
And you like to
January 28th,
lollygag,
2022, I'm
but
gonna ask just a
come
couple of people's
on.
names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Right? First, with respect to John O'Keefe,
I know of him
and was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
a couple of times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
And really, I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him, or when
It
about that was?
doesn't matter.
he
Alcohol
came
is
up to order a beer.
fucking alcohol. Hold on.
And
It doesn't matter who drinks fucking what. Because if we really want to go there, the dude that got ghosted by Karen, the girlfriend, we could talk about him and his Jameson and Cokes. That's all he drinks, type deal. But you think beer is less than fucking hard alcohol? It's not. If you drink a lot of it, you're gonna get the same amount of drunk. Jesus Christ.
at the end of the night, there was one group that was.
And he was shit-faced drunk. He was almost 3.0 when they tested him at death. And you tried to say, Karen, you tried to do some gas evaporated bullshit test because you didn't breathalyze her at the scene of the crime. You didn't do any of that shit. You waited to Section 12 or then freaking take her blood unknowns to her. Do a gas blah, 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 you call it, to see what she is then and what she was 12 hours ago. When you don't even know if she had her last drink at the fucking bar or at his house, you dummy. Like, you can't go off that test. That test is dumb. And you didn't test anybody in the fucking house.
The
Jesus.
last group to leave, is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, in the lounge, closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe?
He is, because he knows this case is fucking trash. So I think he thinks if he bores the fucking goddamn jury long enough, they'll just go ahead and find her guilty. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I mean, because wait till you just see. I mean, this case drags on and on. I mean, he took like a week. I mean, not a week, a month to even present his case. Well, he didn't present a case. He defended his witnesses. Let's put it that way. He called dumb people to do self-promotion and dumb things. Like this whole case, the experts in this case is dumb. I mean, all you really needed to call was the lead investigator, the cops that were there that morning, the people that were in the house or she was around that night. You don't need to call the fucking bartender because you get the receipts in through a fucking detective, a lame fuck. What else? Oh, and the medical examiner. You really only need like 10 witnesses total. You didn't need the expert witness to say, oh, Jen McCabe didn't make that freaking Google search at 2:27 a.m., but we use Cellbrite and it's so reliable on every other fucking case but my case, because by God, we cannot say that she made that Google search because it will make her look like she's covering shit up. Because she's not the girlfriend. We're trying to pin the girlfriend. Oh, just delete it. We'll say we'll come up with something. We'll miraculously come up with something. We'll get three data experts or so-called experts. Let's call it that. We'll get 3 of them to their one. To try to, sway it that she didn't make that Google search. You're a dumb motherfucker. Like, if you actually believe that shit, I don't know. I don't know what the jury was thinking, because that Google search, sorry, you can't explain that away. When in every case, they use Cellbrite to fucking track people. And Cellbrite is one of the most reliable things that a cop can fucking use. Even the FBI uses it, for fuck's sakes. The FBI was the one that found the fucking Google search. And then you bring some dummy that bored us half to death. He had a nice accent, but he bored us to death with his little presentation about his own program that doesn't even mean shit. Rather than proving the fucking case.
To that.
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, New York
you want,
bees.
you can move anywhere,
How are you?
Thanks. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there
Haven't
with or
seen
without
you in a minute.
any
Are
sort
you
of
doing
female
well?
companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not sure.
Mhm.
Now, with
How would
regards,
she fucking
to-
know, Lally? She ain't friends with him. She's a fucking bartender that serves people drinks, you dumb fuck. You asked the dumb... Let me...
Christopher Howell, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On
Are
occasion,
you
yes.
listening to
About how
music?
often?
What kind of music?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
She's a
Yes.
fucking
where was he in
bartender.
relation
She
to,
don't know any of
Rufus?
these motherfuckers. God, you're trying...
Was at the high top table closest to the bar.
Same area.
Dumb as fuck.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you
Dumb
know
as hell.
on that?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
Well, I bet you
You even know
know
what Brian
fucking
Albert's
Brian
last name
Higgins,
I forget.
because he probably is there all the fucking time.
Okay,
Oh,
is that
and you
someone that
know
you had
Brian's
seen
wife?
seen on fire
Wow.
occasion?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same on occasion,
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
yes.
She smiled when she said Brian Higgins. How does she know
Yeah,
Brian
just, one
Higgins?
moment.
Okay.
Oh shit! I forgot to put my phone.
Now, at some point,
Hurry the fuck up, Lally.
following that evening of January 28th, do you recall
You and your lollygagging.
State Police coming to the
Oh,
waterfall
why
to
don't you
interview
ask her if
on
it
the
was
waterfall?
snowing, Lally?
I
I
spoke
don't
with
think
them
he
about that
asked
waterfall.
that question yet.
And are you at least aware that they received from
Because we
from
don't
the
know it was
establishment,
snowing,
video that
even
some
though
receipts
there's
from that evening
snow
as
on the
well?
Yes.
ground.
And have you seen
Trying to make
those
it look
receipts
like it was a
on some prior dates?
blizzard,
What?
whiteout conditions, all
Remember
this
April?
shit.
Yes.
It really wasn't. Thank you for everybody that watches me on TV. I'm sorry, my mouth. I'm really trying to quit swearing, but it makes my sentences that much more exciting. I don't know. I swear like a sailor.
Madam Witness,
Yes.
showing you 3-page documents. Just ask in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
And I sound like Roseanne Barr. I'm sorry. When I get riled up.
Yes.
And obviously, you work at the waterfall. You've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yeah.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry. Was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with respect to the receipts that I placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Oh, they actually are
Remember?
bringing in the receipts.
Yes.
I didn't know that
Almost
they were
like
bringing them in.
introduced
Oh, no, she's authentic.
No objection.
That's right. She's authentic.
Thank you.
I don't know if he'll put it up on the screen or not.
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May we have one moment, Your Honor? Because I'm a doofus.
She feels like she's left out of the clan, motherfuckers. She's part of your team too.
And Mr. Reyes, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Told
All right,
you.
Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fucking bartender. That's all the way she knows. Fuck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
as of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places,
In what towns or cities?
a couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
So you can't.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're well
And,
known. Mhm.
how many members of the Albert
Because
family
they're the
do you know,
mob.
either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean obviously you're a bartender, and personally means
That's why
that you
they
know them
brought
on
in
some
the
other way.
mob fucking lawyer. this
It would
time
only be
for it.
professionally,
Brandon.
and I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them?
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives
Yeah.
by face?
Yeah, and then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct. So, Ms. Giannetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Reyes, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2. And jurors will take questions.
Okay.
Whereas if you fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you, all that, sure you have your phone.
I hear noise.
You might need to step up and sit right down. Again, you've been previously informed.
Here, I'm still here. I'm going to smoke though. And the
All right,
next
Christine,
two friends, wait,
Good afternoon.
the next two friends that come on weren't good for the Commonwealth, so they probably won't call them again. But yet, we're still going to listen to them because they were good for Karen.
Testified that you knew John O'Keefe as a prior customer in the bar, correct?
Correct.
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it. But if I suggested
You're
to you
back?
that there was a receipt
back like
for
you
a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Hey,
Yes.
I'm going to smoke. I'll be
You
in the
didn't
chat.
notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, read right,
All right, Ms. Reyes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I approach the council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it. So yes,
Oh,
please.
that's
Thank
right
you.
there. Sorry.
That's okay. All right. Thanks. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokeithis to the stand.
Okay. Tori, thank you. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, for the jury?
It's Nicholas Kolokeithis, Kolokeithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived in Canton?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My wife and 2 children,
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
And your 2 children, how old?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney,
And how long have you been practicing as an attorney?
27 years.
And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely? Or
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game? Called?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play for?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity.
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games at?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game, as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you said?
Specifically, the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team?
Yes.
And as far as is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game? It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
One?
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from there?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described as far as the ones you sit with, and who, if anyone else?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
So you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to Waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments, and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents, besides yourself, in the case, went to the waterfall that night?
So I walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name, I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those? Or did you know any of those?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think, other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well?
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs., what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife join you?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is it?
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side, so I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference to?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food, and then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was it?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Read.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that day?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Read, do you see Miss Read in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness. Yes. Thank you. Now, how did you know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, As far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at the time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about going, potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to what?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterwards, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about it?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point, you left. You recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit late, maybe a couple minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
Whatever.
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Oh.
as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
This part's
That'd be Jennifer
important.
McCabe. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Oh,
There's
No.
a pizza place.
When it gets to 10:59, if you could pause.
Maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in a lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have?
Yeah, Lally, it wasn't a
Did your car
blizzard,
was
you
it
dumb
not a car or
fuck.
Anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
For fuck's sake.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right
You know,
before
and to
us.
be
My
honest,
wife was
like,
part
if
of
she
that group.
ran him
Jen
over-
was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
Okay, hold on. Stop real second. Okay, if Karen really did hit him and she's responsible, blah, 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 yada, yada, you know, he would be on bare ground. He wasn't on bare ground. He was on snow. So it'd been snowing for a little bit. Yeah. This is just crazy. That just rung my little doorbell because they're saying like she hit him at 12:45, and she was home and on his Wi-Fi at 12:36. So there was no way that she could have done it at 12:45. See, their timing doesn't even match up, and I don't know. Maybe the jury was that bored that they just forgot all this stuff, but the certain stuff is important testimony to remember. I don't know if they're not observant or they were like, you know, in one ear out the other and not really taking it in. But like, these are the things that I'm observant. I guess I'm observant. I would be a bad juror because I notice everything, and I question a lot of shit. Like. You're not going to just tell me that you only pinpoint that person there, but not pinpoint anybody else, unless nobody was on the scene. You know what I mean? It's just crazy they didn't search the house, you know? It doesn't matter if you don't think nothing nefarious happened. You still search the house. Any one of us, the house would be searched. But because it was a cop, no, we're not going to search his house.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, this surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 on the screen.
And I believe his wife said something really important that Jen told Karen. Like she had a surprise for her waiting. Well, what was that surprise? And Jen was trying to get Karen away from John that night. So obviously, you know, she knew there was fuckery afoot.
Typically, if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m.
Stop it, kitty.
When it gets to 10:59, you could be paused. Thank you. So this is called Keith. This what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of Waterfall Bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
You could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are in this.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
Gabe right there to my right, and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see it?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gummy, you can take
Oh my gosh, dog, shush.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Examination?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokifis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokifis, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at
It-
house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
These sidebars are bunch of bullshit. What did he ask? I don't even know what he asked. I'm not going back either. That's all that. Shut up, kitty. Hey, Spazzer. Stop spazzing.
No. Come on. Wow.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolokifis, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Ms. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
Handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6
if that,
over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned. toward 2022. When you socialized with Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal, loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seem like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in the relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the foursome, correct?
Yes. Well, other than my wife. I mean, force of.
That's a good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could, specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Oh, why won't you let it in, motherfucker? Because it ruins your case. So dumb, man. Do 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 do. No 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 no.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving towards each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Well, what happened? He's
Sparring
like
with
frozen.
one another?
Not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kohe, with the court's permission, refer
He's
to
frozen.
Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
He's playing the mannequin challenge. He wins. He ain't moving a muscle.
clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolakithis, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I was there that night.
Hey,
I guess my question is, do you recognize
this
this as being
is a good
surveillance video
one,
from the
Kevin. This
28th
is a
going into
good
the morning of the
friend.
29th?
Yes, I do.
this is the friend that fucking blows their case out of water. This is a good friend. This ain't an asshole friend.
I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are at the top.
But he does look like a mob boss, don't he? Mm-hmm. Well, he must work for the good mob and not the bad mob. Not this mob right here with these two fat bugs.
There we go. Okay, if I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're seeing and
With these
describe what
two
they're wearing?
fat
So you
bucks
have an understanding of who we're looking at?
are sitting there peacocking
Okay.
in the fucking
That's me in the
bar,
white and black.
play
That's Matt to
fighting,
my right.
trying to get
a little hard to see,
John's
but I think that's
attention,
John right there.
and he's calling him on when he
And
leaves.
I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area
nothing
while you were
nefarious was going on.
displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
These are the two fat
I know I
bugs,
met them that evening, but
Ryan Albert,
I can't tell
Ryan
from
Higgins.
behind like this.
Understood. With court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08.
And there's
but I'll
Karen
ask
right there.
that the video be paused at
And he's trying to get her attention. And
11:08. So just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08. So probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're like teenagers. Let's play fight because we're dumb.
Pause it.
Two big bullies trying to throw their
Having seen
weight
this run forward just a
around.
little bit, do you see an individual
At the
here
bar, yeah, that's the
with
bar.
long hair?
And just
So
so you
you're squinting.
know that there's four tops and whatnot that they call it. So they proved that there was four tops there, and it was snowing. So we do know that for sure. And that Karen was not mad that night, and they were lovey-dovey that night. So where was this purposely trying to run him over with the car if they weren't fighting?
Are you having difficulty?
Yes, I am having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit, or
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of head.
my eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
See, she's all huddled around, hugging, and fucking Matt's a doofus, hanging with the girls.
Pause it.
See, there they go, play
I
fighting.
ask you to draw your
Little
attention to the two gentlemen
fucking
in the
bullshit.
foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. So
Oh,
I'm
why
sustaining that
you
objection.
don't want him to describe it, you fuck? Because it goes against what the fuck you're doing? Fucking goddamn state, you fucking weaselly motherfucking lollygagging bitch. Come on, you lollygagging bitch. They're fighting at the bar. They're trying to show John what they're going to do to him.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. You see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward?
I'm going to punch him in his face. Yeah, I'm going to punch him in his face because his girl don't want me. She wants him, and it's bullshit. And we're two fucking cops with little kids, and all we have
engaging with the two men in
common
sort of
compensation
conversation.
for what
The two
we
men
have
with
is
backs
a
facing to us.
fucking badge, man.
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yeah.
Do you recall ever being introduced to
Let
those
me
two?
stop.
Yes.
This is a serious case.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one
Okay,
is
I'm gonna
which?
go
Left
smoke.
and right.
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
I'll be right here, though. Since we're at the bar.
How's it? Mr. Kohler-Keefe, can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize the person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip be played. Mr. Kohler-Keefe, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to runtime 1636 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, when you play 1636. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground? Okay. Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay. Unpause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second. And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat.
My wife.
Standing on the coat.
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way,
Thank you.
away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this one, Sean.
All right.
Oh, if I can,
Any?
just a moment. I'm sorry. I'm going to get that in 1636. I'm fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Mr. Kohler-Keefe, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about the relationship I would share with my wife or vice versa?
What I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The whatever that was between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
You want to make your first brief one?
Okay.
Yeah, you guys still fucking believe it. That his family still believes it. That's what's crazy to me. That's why they're well connected, Kevin, is they all grew up there in that small town. All of them are either in law enforcement or a town slick boardman. Yeah, so there's a lot of mobbish shit going on, Kevin. You think this guy looks like a mob boss? Just wait till you see the fat fuck that comes on the stand. He looks like a fucking mob boss too. Well, both the fat fucks. Let me be honest.
Mr. O'Keefe, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Read, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, you know, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
All right, Mr. Kolakakis, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Bingo!
Our next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth call Miss Karina Kolakakis to the stand.
Okay.
Okay, now his wife says something really fucking like this blew my mind. When she said this, I was like, what? She has a surprise for her. Wait, what's the surprise? That her brother-in-law and fucking that dumb fuck wanted to fight with him. Bullshit. Trying to get her away from him that night.
Can you raise your hand? You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case that I'm hearing you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Maybe I should slow her down. I'm not going to slow her down with this.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Golly, lollygags.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Oh,
It's Karina
I got it
Kolakakis,
slowed
Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
We lived in Canton for
Oh, you guys moved out? You're
about
smart.
13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canada?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And
He was
how many
just
daughters?
on the stand.
I have 2,
And about how old are they?
18 and 16.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could,
Oh, well,
turn your
damn.
attention
Hold
to
up.
January 28th.
I didn't know he was an attorney. That's interesting. Okay, let me.
January 29th, 2022. All those days.
I do.
And do you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there. So I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that team?
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball. And where was that game that night?
At Canton High.
And do you recall who they played?
They played Foxborough.
Oh my God.
And,
Who
do you
cares?
recall
Their kids play
when,
basketball
the game was?
together.
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you
And it
went
was
to the game junction
snowing.
for about an hour or so. About
Okay,
what time
got
did you
it.
get to the game junction?
I believe I got there around 6. I'm not
We
sure.
were at the bar, and
And
there were sports
following the game
clubs,
junction,
and there
where'd
was
you
the
go?
band.
Went to Canton High to watch my
Yeah,
daughter
we
play.
know all that.
And within sort of the stands at a Canton High girls varsity basketball game, were there certain people that you would typically sort of sit with when you watch the game?
We could just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the varsity team.
And who were some of those parents?
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And McCabe's, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had
You know
and
what
family
would
known
be
each other?
good
I think we've known them for
is, you know what would be good is if Nicholas Kolakifis actually became one of her attorneys. But let me hush. That would
about 9 years or so.
And did they have a daughter on the team as well?
They did.
And so you arrived to the game as far as your
because
husband was-
this couple, her husband, the one that was before the mob boss, Kevin, and Cruella, they don't believe Karen
Sorry,
did it.
observe him there?
He was there already.
Where did you go to sit?
I went in I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you'd go down, talk to the players, congratulate them. And then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in fact go home?
I did go home.
And after you arrived home, what if anything happened?
Who cares if
I
she
started getting text
fucking went
messages from my
home?
husband,
Oh my
and he
God.
said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and
We
I should
just
go.
get to the bar. Shit.
And what if any hesitation
Jesus
did you have?
Christ.
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing on my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out. You don't do anything. Dad's by himself. You should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did. Reluctantly. Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF. I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall. Sorry, a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town? Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was
Don't
already
be
there. You
nervous,
took the car,
lady.
is that
It's
correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the waterfall?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, the people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door? Where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they
Yes,
were
there's high tops,
at the back of the high
all
top
that
tables.
stuff. And it
And if I
started
was
to
standing sort of at the
snow.
doorway of the waterfall,
Blah,
the
blah,
entrance
blah,
way
blah,
in,
blah.
you're
You know,
facing those high
but
top
the
tables,
funny part
which
is,
side
is
were your
and
husband and
another
McCabe?
thing the jury didn't pick up on is even the attorney said it was barely starting to snow then. So in all honesty, if she ran him over, he would be on grass, not snow. Underneath him. Snow would not be underneath him. The lawn would be underneath him if it was barely starting to snow because, you know, it would melt from the body heat. So how... Anyways, okay, this jury, I don't know, man.
It's on from that side.
On the right, I believe the band was playing on the. If you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there. Yes.
And as far as, obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose water.
Now, as far as that high top
It
table, that
used
you
to
to,
bother me
in
until
case,
I
was there other
got
people at that table?
There were other people there.
my
Do
migraine
you know or
today.
recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them. Maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as for the overall sort of demeanor
Let
within
him
the bar that
take
night?
my
and the
Tylenol before my back starts hurting.
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there.
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Read, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me slow her down.
We're talking about, do you see Karen Read in photos
This is
today?
gonna
I
be
do.
good.
Could you just identify us where she's sitting or out of those photos?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record of flight identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece, and my younger daughter were friends.
Oh, I thought
We're
she was
friends,
gonna
our
get
friends.
to what.
Are
what
continu-
happened
they are
at work.
friends.
Jesus Christ.
And about how long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at John McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to this date of January 28, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McKay's house.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I knew
Oh, I
Mr.
don't
O'Keefe
put
better.
myself out there to do.
We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
Kitty, kitty.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in, and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
Let me slow this down now. Come on, Lally, fuck. We're lollygagging.
And when they came over,
Quit
to you,
lollygagging.
what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fan. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
As he should
Now,
be.
as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of a jacket or anything like that with him at any time that you saw him?
No, he didn't.
I don't
wear
remember
one.
a jacket. I remember like some kind of light shirt or something, like a light hoodie-ish kind of. I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of tears or disheveled to?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again.
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them?
No.
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time in the evening?
No, everybody was having a great time.
Hey, one more step going around.
Now, with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end, or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys, probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people.
Yes,
And Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was John McCabe,
So
the three of us.
when Ms. Reed comes and joins, it's essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
And that first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as, obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with clear liquid in it?
Correct.
Could have been just seltzer, but they're trying to say she was
Now, as
drinking
far as
all these
through any
shots
conversation
and
that
all
you
this
had with either the
shit.
defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the bar?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think, so it was CF McCarthy's.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Ms. McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to,
It was the three of us.
the three of you were talking.
Hmm.
And with respect, to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much she did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids?
About my daughter, yeah.
A little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of like saying, I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
Oh, something nefarious going on, right?
A little bit about that. What, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything, else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that, that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would
What's in
you
the
say was
news
that you
about
left
that?
from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happens to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group, like, "Hey, let's go there," and he said no.
And what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going to D?
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember, like at this moment. But
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
say that. Could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular point?
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
That's my question.
Yes.
God, you asked the dumbest questions.
Now, other than
Molly.
that, what, if any,
And
other
you lollygag.
discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, "Hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview." I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And
My
did either
parents
yourself
thought
or your
too. She
husband
wasn't- They
take anyone
weren't
up on an
really
invitation? Did you go
invited.
to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, "There's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home."
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. it was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we got up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation. They talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her, and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me. You're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or
No, like joking around, like.
Wow. See, it's unraveling right in front of their eyes.
Like, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meeting the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
not with us. No.
Now, at some point you get outside of the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen." And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole like Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking to?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
Oh my God, dude.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
Okay.
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing, like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you're on your car when you left, is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing.
Driving, Lally.
You could see the street still.
It just started
Still
snowing.
see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
Dummy. But yet there was supposed to be tons of
With
snow
the court's permission, I just like to
when she hit him. Fuck out of here.
publish what's been marked as Exhibit B.
You can even tell it just barely started
Okay.
to snow when in the outside photos.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'd ask first for the second video from Channel 3. And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59. And if you could just so Ms. O'Keefe, do you recognize what's up on screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So from this video,
Sorry, my little
first of all, as far as
body
people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to
take
see,
that off for a sec.
but it's my. Do you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the various attention
So-
to that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That I believe is my husband. With that. Maybe I'm not sure.
If you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, this is O'Keefe. It's just from up on this video. You recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th.
the high top. Yeah.
And if you could, just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking with the Gabe defense.
So like if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
And the area where the band was, if you could.
The band is here, like that's what I meant, the left, yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door area, sort of where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m.
I think she will be a good witness after Jen McCabe gets on the stand to rebut her fucking bullshit. Because she said she never said that. She didn't try to separate them that night. No. She didn't do nothing like that. Not Jen. Just like she didn't delete her 227 search in the morning. How long to die in the cold?
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, with court permission, I would ask for, from the same channel 3 to the 6th video.
Also,
And Ms.
if
Gilman,
you
I could
want
direct you to 12:09 and 50
uninterrupted,
seconds.
wait, hold on. If you want the uninterrupted trial, blah 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 blah, without my commentary, I will post Court TV's link in the chat or in the description. Other than that, you're gonna get what I'm talking. But I really hope that you subscribe to
Again, Mrs. Wilkie, you recognize what's up on screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier.
So now I can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there, and then my husband is right there, Nicholas, and I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. I can't tell because of the barcode up there.
The date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too. Sorry,
Please go ahead.
and I see John. John's right there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 in 4 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far as this is the record at 12:10:38.
Well, see, look, there is Karen's fucking drink right there.
With respect, if with
So
that
does
laser
she
pointer,
go back
if you
and
could
get
just
it?
Identify for the jury.
That
if
is
anyone
Karen's drink right
So
there.
that's Jennifer McCabe. That's me, and that's Karen.
Hold on. But you know, she smuggled in a glass, all this other dumb shit. But that's Karen's glass right there. Right there. That's Karen's glass. So what? Does she come back and get it?
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I mean, them skinny motherfuckers sure can drink a lot. Oh. There goes John outside. Now he's
There's another
carrying
individual
the
sort of
glass,
making,
but
their
not
way to the
Karen.
doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Karen's glass
that's
is right
John.
here.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the wall.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play
That is Karen's glass.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from.
No, play it.
From
Play
channel one,
it. Fuck.
and the third video down on channel 1.
Of course you're not going to play it, you fuckface.
If I could ask you to fast forward to about.
See, it was
12:11.
barely starting to snow.
Essentially, what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman is if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 25 seconds. But I'm sorry, first, if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag
That
blew in front of the
flag
camera,
is an
do you recognize
awkward
what's
fucking
up there?
place to be.
Can you repeat the question?
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's
Well,
the
you
exit
can't
to
see shit with the flag there, Lally.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Dum dum.
If you could pause right there.
There's John.
Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame.
That
recognize
is
who that is?
John. That's
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time when you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could,
One
just with
had
reference
his
to
own
the screen that we're
fucking
looking at here in
glass.
Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You were parking where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking.
Unless he goes back
So-
in and gets her glass.
Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where they're like where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street.
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way,
Okay.
and then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, so, 25 seconds.
Oh, he did go back in. Okay.
Pause there. Have you seen an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person?
I believe it's Jennifer,
By that, I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe.
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you go to the left.
He like went in there
I'm
like
assuming you
a
can
fucking
take
bat
that.
out of hell, didn't he? I wonder what she told him. He's
have one
probably
moment,
like, oh,
Yes.
it's fucking on. Like Donkey Kong.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense. Let's go.
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed.
Nope.
together.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you were questioned by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
Oh, you guys don't like that,
That he took so
huh?
much responsibility on as it pertained to the children,
Yes.
and that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together.
Yes.
And she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later,
You know, I love that she answers the questions as he does it. She sits there and nods her head. Man, if she doesn't believe something, man, she's like this. And if somebody's lying, but she's got to stop the daggers. I mean, people are going to look at her like you're guilty of sin.
7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cole, anything?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So, Mrs. O'Keefe, with reference to your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or
Who
anything like that?
cares?
Not that night. No.
And as far as
Yeah,
your
I'd be
relationship with Mr.
confused
O'Keefe is,
too.
do you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his relationship with Ms. Reed or anything going on in that relationship?
He didn't tell me personal things. No.
You didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
And this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at their home or anything like that, you didn't know anything about it?
I did not know.
Nothing further.
I have one question, Your Honor, if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
All right, Nicole, keep us. You are all
Thank
set.
you.
All right,
Your
you're
Honor.
on. Later. Later, alligator.
So it's quarter of. One last council, just a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Oh my fucking God.
And it makes sense to let you go a little early, and we'll start fresh tomorrow. Okay, so please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Okay,
Don't
yeah.
do any independent
Gotcha.
research or investigation into the case.
We got
If
you,
you happen to
lady.
see, hear, or read anything about the case,
Now we're going to day 8. Come on.
All persons having any business before the Honorable Federal County Justice of Norfolk Superior Court, in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. By the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now open.
God save the
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
To the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Mr.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Read.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions.
Okay,
Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded.
Okay, here we go. The mob family's on the stand. I knew it was day 8 or so. This is Caillou. Kevin, if you're still here. His name is Caillou.
So demonstrate the court during the case out here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I
No, I'm not going to because he's a bitch.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
Caillou.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to
Okay, I am
2021.
I'm going to be in
About
the
20 years.
chat. I'm
And who, if anyone, you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
This is the guy. He is a select boardman for the town of Canton, so he's well connected, and he's also the brother of the cop homeowner that John O'Keefe was found dead at. Yeah, his family used to like to taunt John O'Keefe until they moved out of where they lived. Like when John was on vacation, they were seen on his fence, sending pictures taunting him. And their 17-year-old used to leave beer cans on John O'Keefe's front lawn. So yeah, but they try to say no, it was my son, my other son, and blah blah blah, trying to downplay the situation because that's what they do, and they gave him a nickname, Mr. Nevercracker. The get off my lawn, dude, that dude. So anyways, this is the brother. This is one of the brothers. This is also the brother that Lieutenant Lank decided to stick his nose in a brawl when he was drinking on the job, or not on the job. He just got off the job. He was a cop, and helped him fight 2 brothers. And when they went to go charge them with assault, they wouldn't let him charge him. Instead, the cops charged the brothers. And yeah, anyways, also, he was once convicted of a DUI when he was hit and run that unalived a person. Okay, in 1900 something. Okay, in the 90s. So yeah, this is some great fun. So this is going to be a good testimony.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie?
I'll be back.
Roughly.
I'll be in the
gosh, you're gonna kill me on 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yep.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry, pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E pizza shop?
She does some of this behind-the-scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John O'Keefe?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house, I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or all, on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between one and seven?
So there's two. There's two houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin. Then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into the D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people were heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes. It was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall. And I said, where are you? And
where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. It's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall?
I think my wife said, "Are you coming down? Are you there?" She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet the wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jim McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. She's my brother Brian is married to her sister Nicole, so I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McKay be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a
Kevin,
live
he's
band that was playing to the side.
Kevin, he is also, he's not only the brother that other cop, got involved, and there was a civil suit and all sorts of shit. Well, he is also the select boardman for the town. So it's a well-connected mob family. I mean, they act like they're the fucking mob that they own Canton. This is crazy. And they're all getting protected. I think it's just a bunch of bullshit, but anyways. Okay, let me get back on screen. Okay.
So your table was a live band.
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people there?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at bar, so you're drinking.
Kevin, is my pin message still there, or did it go away?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, brother Brian, his wife, McCabe's, and your niece, Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet. Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife.
It is a shit show.
Caitlin and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
This trial's a shit show. The YSL trial was a shit show. The ASAP Rocky trial was a shit show. That Jerome Betts or whatever the fuck his damn name is with the kids, that was kind of crazy. I like to watch shit shows of trials, I guess. Look at this goofy ass smile. What like he looks fucking evil, like Count Dracula. Can I suck your blood? Okay, let me stop.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some point, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, you group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
No breaks.
So you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin? Or
yeah, that's the only way I met him.
Oh, break right there.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, do you know about sort of where they had been prior to it, or what they'd been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when
you know what's funny is it was his birthday, but he didn't go out with the family. He stayed back at home because being around other people make him nervous. That is like the weirdest shit I ever heard. Anyways, okay.
So your nephew Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.
Brian Jr. Yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
He don't like to be around other people.
When your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Read.
The cross-examination on this guy is fucking great. It is really good. But okay.
And how did you know Karen Read at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
Because that's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the water.
Okay, we know that Karen Read is in the courtroom.
Yes.
For
What kind of
fuck's
other
sake.
communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before you got there?
I don't think nothing.
No,
Before I got to
he's
the waterfall?
bully.
Not before you got
He's
to
the
waterfall, before
bully,
Mr.
and
O'Keefe
if
got to the waterfall.
and if you say anything wrong to him, he calls the cops and says witness intimidation, because there's a blogger that is on Karen's side, and he protested his pizza shop. He said some things about him. He's told him, "Why don't you tell the truth?" But I guess that's witness intimidation. I guess stuff like that. But he ain't calling his job to get him fired and shit. So they got a weird statute. Journalists aren't protected, I guess, in Massachusetts. Well, they're only protected if you're not going up against well-connected officials, because after all, he employs the Canton police, and by God, they gotta help him.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What any communications you recall in regard to who was there, who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." He said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they
So somebody said Kevin was at the bar earlier. Okay, anyways.
upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a straight up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say, Mr. O'Keefe.
No,
and
it
your
looked
wife
like he
Julie as
was
well.
like
Yes.
away
How would
from
you
the
describe
group.
their relationship?
Bucks.
Good relationship.
And
No, you guys were bullies.
when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to
Call him
where you and your
Mr.
wife
Nevercracker,
were anything,
motherfucker.
did you observe the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when
Your
they first
son
came over,
used to throw
the
beer
defendant came
cans
in
on
with a
his
glass
lawn and shit.
underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
You know what's funny
And that was
is
from
I
her coat when
only
she came.
seen
Yeah, it was
her
like-
with one fucking glass, and I didn't see anybody fucking pick it up afterwards. That's what's crazy to me. Was she that fucking drunk she forgot that she had a cup in her fucking car, or what? This is just weird. Like, I see him walking out with the glass, but not her.
Like, she pulled it out.
Oh, like, that's so nefarious. So what? She was drinking, for fuck's sakes. If she bought the drink, I would drink it.
Now, if you
See, look at this. Oh, I hope they believed me. Type shit. Fuck out of here.
know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind
Well,
of stuff.
he wasn't even that big of a
after they first came in, what
dickhead. I
did they
mean,
go?
I think
John was like, "Tell your son to quit putting cans on or beer cans on my fucking lawn," and the little kid and his son said, "Fuck off" to him. Like when he was just saying, fucking mind your own, quit fucking goddamn doing my, because he was ridiculous. You heard about his house. I mean, shit, and his big ass yard. I mean, he kept it well maintained, and he wanted to keep it that way. He didn't want some little punk kid fucking coming and throwing his beer cans on the fucking ground, telling him to fuck off. Then you got these fuckers egging it on. They fucking are taking pictures of them sitting on his fence and all sorts of weird shit. Because they're bullies. The whole fucking clan is bullies. Dude, okay, even the blogger, he went to go get a meal of food. That's what he called it, a meal of food. He went to go get a meal of food, and they were just standing there, and they all started fucking, like, being bullies.
the defendant sat down, and I think, well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah.
Why are you calling her the defendant? Why don't you just call her Karen, you dumb fuck? Because you want to make her look oh so guilty, right?
Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, not anything, next to my wife.
Now, with regard,
are people supposed to watch what the fuck he drinks? He's a fucking adult. Whether he had beer, shots, or whatever, if you consume a lot of it, you're gonna get drunk, whatever, no matter what the fuck it is. Jesus Christ.
to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of
I get,
tone or demeanor?
and to be perfectly honest, if I drink beer, I can drink less beer and get drunk than drinking hard alcohol. Some people are built different, motherfuckers. You guys are weird. This whole case sucks.
Within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like
No,
that?
not at all.
And specifically
No,
between
not at
Mr.
all.
O'Keefe and the defendant.
But
what
my
anything
brother
you
and his
observed from that?
my brother and his friends are sitting there fucking play fighting and they're acting like they're making out and shit and all this goofy shit, trying to egg John on and calling him on at the end. But there was no fights, right? Yeah, it was just meaningless. This ain't nothing, right? Right there. I mean, fucking, you got him peacocking in the fucking goddamn thing. Brian Higgins trying to prove himself worthy of Karen, even though Karen ain't fucking talking to him, looking at him, doing nothing. And he keeps looking at his phone, hoping that she's gonna respond to that. Well, motherfucker, I haven't texted you in fucking 2 weeks. Haven't you got the hint? Get off my fucking clit, is what I would be saying. And what's weird is when Karen texts you and said John's dead, you don't fucking say, oh, I hope you're, if you need anything, let me know type shit. No, you just don't even text her back. Why? Because you're guilty as fuck. And all you little fucking weirdos in your family are covering up for you. Fucking sickening.
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Is the sniffling your telltale sign, dude? Why do you sniffle a lot? Do you do coke? What the fuck?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't.
It was a hoodie.
It's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Oh my God.
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as
yes,
sort
we
of
get
this
it.
blanket
There was
described,
high
6 feet or so of
tops.
that
It
table,
was starting to
if you
smell.
recall, sort of where
There's a
would you
little
go
bit
right around?
accumulating, but you act like there was.
I was sitting at one point because I was eating,
wizard.
so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Who cares?
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after one day?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff.
Weird.
And there was talk.
You say when one of your nieces or nephews, we go back to the pizza shop.
You're making this all seem like really innocent and cute and all that great stuff. You don't need to put on the extra bullshit. See, when people lie, they like to over exaggerate things. Your nephew wasn't fucking there. Okay, first of all. And why would you do a little ritual if he wasn't there? Just like your wife claims, oh yeah, well it was Brian Jr.'s birthday, and I go and give him some donuts and coffee on his birthday every year. Type shit. So weird.
Talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizza.
Is it that you had to come up with a you had to come up with a reason why you would show up at 8:30 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning, right? You couldn't pretend like your best friend called you, which is the sister-in-law. So fucking weird.
Pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where does your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canada?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's so fucking weird. Okay, you guys can't even get your story fucking straight. One of you says, "Oh well, yeah. I put my house up at the market because the market was good, and my brother, my brother sold his house, so I wanted to sell it." The other brother says, "Oh well, my other brother, put his on the market and he got a good price." Blah blah blah. All this dumb shit. You guys can't get that story straight. And why would your brother sell the house that you guys grew up in? That's so weird after someone passed away on the lawn. That is fucking weird. Like, you talk about Karen having consciousness of guilt. Yeah, she has consciousness of guilt, but it's survivor's guilt. Like, she feels bad that she left him there for you fucks to do whatever the fuck you did. I forgot how dumb you sound. You're just a dumb lying Peabody. I mean, I can't even take you as serious.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop,
Even
pizzas, things like that,
the first time I watched this trial, I was like, he seems like he's got shit to hide. Especially when the defense does their fucking whatever you call it.
Is that something that the defendant?
Okay, let me shut up. So
a few times.
I can.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is he turning 21 at that point?
Hold on.
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21.
Stop it,
So
kitty.
in relation to this evening of January 28th, that the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
See, you can't remember who.
Yeah, it was sometime
but this
before
is
that,
a ritual.
within like a couple months after someone turned 20.
Hold on. This is a ritual in your family that anytime somebody turns 21, you go to the pizza shop and you guys have pizzas, right? Right? I mean, this is supposed to be a ritual, but you can't remember the last time you did it. It ain't no ritual, dumb fuck.
21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as obviously it's your pizza shop, so what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to
doing that night? So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it every year. It's like a charity. We do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we weigh in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Ms. O'Keefe?
No, it's the mom.
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what if anything?
Circle of trust
for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that? If you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up the party?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier.
Looks like a freaking peckernet.
Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you were leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building.
Oh, there's going to
and
be
I
more
come up
dark.
Washington to the
There's
right.
going to be more ritual shit coming up because his wife for a ritual is every year on the son's birthday. She takes him donuts and coffee at 7 o'clock in the fucking morning. No, she just needed something to say that made her go over to the house. So nothing to see here. And she is texting the detectives, the lead detective's freaking sister, saying, "Oh, after all this is over, I want to get you guys a present." The fuck? What do you mean this is all over? Oh, when he covers this shit up for you? When he doesn't do a good investigation and shit? Fucking bullshit. I wonder what he gets, because we know what he got from the MSP. He lost his fucking job because of this shit.
They were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And you say walk up Washington. Did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street?
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
This is where it really,
Which direction?
in all actuality, from this on is where it really starts getting good. I mean, it gets kind of boring when, they bring in the same bullshit about the glass, putting the tail light together and all this stuff. But when they put the tail light together, there's a missing piece out of the whole tail light, and it's when she hit freaking his vehicle that morning that initially cracked the fucking tail light. She didn't hit him.
So when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left on Washington.
They were sort of walking
opposite directions.
On Washington.
Yes.
But nobody saw you walking. Imagine that.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe you mentioned that he went to the bar, you got a beer. Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
Fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview then?
I did not.
And
she didn't leave with no fucking glass. She left her glass sitting on the fucking table.
So about what time was it that you got?
Now John O'Keefe left with the glass, but Karen didn't.
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is actually
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
he was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home? Were they there? If you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
You know what's sad is your son's in
correct?
the Navy and he practices the same bullshit that you.
With the court commission,
whole
I
family
asked to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel 3 the second video now. If you could just pause there for a moment. Mr. Albert,
we'll see this fucking video about 500 times.
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, can I approach on?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much.
Let me see how long this is.
So what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Just put that button.
Oh, we got fucking hours. Okay. I'm gonna go smoke.
Using that
while
laser pointer,
fucking we
if
watch.
you could direct the jury's attention to.
Oh, let me
high
move
top is and
this.
about
Hold
where
on.
you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the
Okay,
high top
that
next to the bar. The bar's back there.
All right, I'm going to smoke,
And
but I'll be in
as
the
far
trailer.
as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct your attention where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that's it.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. And, I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that
Yeah,
correct?
like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can now take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know? Just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes,
And how do you know that?
because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah, I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that she told you?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you go?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there. Maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my recollection, from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town. Correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother, Brian Albert, only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother, Tim Albert, lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton?
Correct.
With your wife, Julie Albert?
Correct.
And your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other 2 sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
It is.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not? And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister. Courtney
He's
Proctor,
getting
correct?
nervous.
Objection.
That's sustained. You've got another witness. You can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Oh, you don't like those questions. But this goes with bias, you motherfucking dumbass. Of course you don't like those questions. You don't like them when we're impeaching a witness. Or we're trying to get info that doesn't go with our case. Look at how she's staring him down. She is just daggering him. Like, you dirty waffle son of a bitch. Do 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 do. Okay.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Sure, if that's
I believe didn't you testified to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions.
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Yannetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know.
Well connected.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Here we go with this friendly shit.
Friends?
You've seen him socially?
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him?
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Do 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 do.
She is just giving him the dagger. He needs to stop that. Karen, please, for the love of God, stop giving them daggers, but I understand it.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Who, me?
We do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness?
Thank you, Ron.
No, I
We'll
just
take
remember.
that into evidence and then.
That makes
I
sense.
just remember shit.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm observant.
Okay, so I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
But he will start
Me
asking.
and Kenny Berkowitz.
But they will start asking
And,
if they
is that-
do take notes, but they don't take notes and shit, you know? They don't do that. They don't take no notes and shit.
A fair and accurate representation of you
And
and
not
Kenny?
with fucking police reports and shit. They don't like to take notes. They don't even like to report on shit, you know?
Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like you're dumb. You're acting like a dumb box of rocks. What do you want me to? Because they're lying on her. The only one she hasn't
May that
is
be public to the jury on the screen, Your
I
Honor?
mean, Nicole Keefe is, yeah, but I mean,
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right.
like
and
lying
Kenny
up a little
Berkowitz
bit,
on the
but
left.
I understand. I
Correct.
totally.
Have you
If
seen that
somebody was
photo
lying
before?
on me, I'd be giving.
I believe I've seen it.
I'd be like,
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, the event that I spoke of earlier.
you know what I mean?
And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
Him and the police.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was
Imagine
on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
when this happened.
Has Mr. Lau shown you
Imagine
that
that.
photograph?
They seem
No.
very
Has he
friendly.
informed you that
Well
the defense would be
connected.
introducing that photograph during this?
Boom.
Nope.
In your
You
face,
can take the photo
bitch.
down, please. In the light and roll. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to
But I'm just saying, like, you know, just to tone it down just a wee bit. You know what I mean? Like, just a wee bit. Like, because if looks could kill, you'd be guilty.
oversee public
You know what I
safety in the
mean?
town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'll let him have it.
Yes.
Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at them. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that
He didn't
Kenny
ask you
Berkowitz
that.
has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not
He
sure.
asked
I
you
agree with that question.
rephrase it, you
So,
dumb
your
fuck.
brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
And as far as your ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And
He
you're
is,
tight
he's
with him.
going to try to,
I don't know if I call it tight.
distance it.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also
Brother
a
was
trained
part of
boxer, correct?
Boston's finest on TV.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Yes, he is.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
Mob
Now
mentality.
the family is close, correct?
Finish.
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in the Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite
See,
often,
there
correct?
you go, trying to
Like all of us,
distance
In
yourself.
various
Weirdo.
combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Colin's
Yes.
another
What was his number?
supposed
In high school?
Yes.
third party to this fight.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton
Oh, it
not long
was.
before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
He was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Read.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
Police
And you
background.
knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have
Here
you not?
comes
Objection.
the conflict of interest
I'll let
and
that one
bias.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Maybe we can see side by side. Sure.
Oh, he's like, oh God, get me out of the hot seat. This is funny. And there goes Karen looking at him with daggers. Like, you piece of shit. The real killers need to be behind bars, not fucking Karen. This is. I hope the next jury gets it right, but sometimes they don't. Shit, that Jerome Bettis, or whatever the fuck goddamn name was. I think the jury got it wrong on that. But hey, that's just me. I have some doubts. Doubts about a lot of shit. Would have charged him with something. I wouldn't have charged him with something.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection, Your
are
Honor.
their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Now,
See, look at how nervous he got.
Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir. You knew that
Because
Karen Read had been
his mom,
charged in this case, correct?
Proctor's mom said the
Yes.
Alberts were like her second family.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your
on
Honor.
February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Oh, the text messages.
Now,
Can I-
you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes of 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
I think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfront, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza?
Yes.
Maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Read were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before
He
Brian Albert
can't
and Brian
answer a
Higgins arrived at the
fucking
waterfall, or
question that
shortly
he's
after
ready
they
to
did,
answer.
there was a couple whom, I believe you called them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolokeefe, does that ring a bell? Or do you-
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
Let me just have a moment. May I approach?
Sure.
Oh, do we have, just say you. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach. But
That's fine.
thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay.
Oh my God. Lowy, what the hell are you so afraid of?
In your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or was the person who sent the message or transmitted it. Then you mention in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more.
Oh, because she's got to give a curative instruction. So dumb.
As I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court.
Sure.
Okay. And so you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Apologize.
Okay. Oh, we can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Read.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks?
I'm sure.
Or are you going
including
to
that-
show the bar footage? If you're going to show the bar footage, I'm going to put it here. Okay.
1 round of fireball shots.
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to.
No.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a line, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Sniffing.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see it, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and
She
she appeared to
sounded
be under control.
drunk when she
Yep.
started, when she
And would you
went
agree
back
with me
home.
that she also appeared to be affectionate with John
She
O'Keefe?
was drinking more.
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Read that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
That's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure.
Here we go. I gotta remove this shit. Man.
If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Robert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point?
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I.
He hugged the
Do
bartender.
you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you?
Let's
You
take it
can't
step by
answer
step.
that. You're a dummy.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know it. I'm trying to work through this because, again, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I see Councilor time for just a second, please?
He's like, oh, fuck, get me out of here. He's having a hard time. So it starts from like 12:38 to, so I only have an hour of that, and then I'll do 9. Okay, I'm going to finish his testimony, which is another hour, and then I'm going to end it. Let's skip right past this sidebar, though.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and the sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was
not a blizzard,
either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold, correct?
Oh, it
Correct.
started accumulating.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven?
Correct.
As well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that time, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth?
Yeah.
And washed up?
But I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't do either of those
No.
things? Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after.
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes?
Starting to get itchy.
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate.
Goodness gracious. How
If
many
you're
times
walking
you
in the
gonna
door at
hit?
12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kick off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walked up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that
This is stressful for him.
10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son, Colin, opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under ooth at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible.
Trying to be correct.
There's something.
So in terms of the timing of this,
is afoot.
assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was sometime after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury
Stop
who
sniffing,
or what
dude.
is Nebercracker?
What is Nebercracker?
Yes.
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nebercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Read, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that.
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut
That's
through his
still
yard.
not correct.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that
Anybody
John
that
didn't like people cutting through
anybody
his
that
yard,
says
correct?
never is
No, I don't know
lying.
that to be true.
You're sniffing, you're itching. That's not correct. You're getting an attitude. You don't like it.
Okay. So is it your testimony that
Look at him
John
getting
O'Keefe
mad.
invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nebercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not a, no.
All right. Well, you
Lies.
agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front
Dirty.
property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Dirty.
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Go ahead. Can you answer
See,
that?
Yeah,
look
he
at
was
all
actually
this
asking us to
shit.
watch his house while he was
It's like
away.
Scratching.
Right, but that
That's
doesn't
the
answer my
sound
question, which was he
Sniffing.
didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Yes.
Sustain any?
I have the photo.
Look at him. Look at the lawyer,
May I approach?
Lally. He's like, oh fuck. He's just itching, scratching.
Mr. Albert, I
all that
place
great
two
stuff.
photographs before you. If you take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah. I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Because he was probably the one
Would you
taking the
agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please.
That's thumbs
Okay.
up. Huh?
That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now.
Boys.
Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, not.
I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022, after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Itching, scratching, doing all that great stuff. Oh shit, I'm fucked. Oh fuck. Let me bite my lip.
Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't remember.
Right. Thank you. Brief redirect.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor, because I'm a dick.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being selectman.
Oh,
Were
we
you
missed
selectman at
like
a time on January 28th?
3 minutes of it.
No.
How long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April.
Gonna go off.
Second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Kin Police.
You know what? I'm going to allow it.
Once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him the.
You were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother.
See, this is where we need to pay attention.
When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe.
Well after January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Well,
And
I
we're asking questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was it?
Why was that? It just made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow it.
Once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number.
It's pretty funny that, you
And
know,
that
you
selling the
guys
house,
are
that's something that you would discuss with
selling
your
your
brother prior to
houses
January
when
28th,
John
2022.
O'Keefe
Yes,
died.
enough.
Let's move on from that.
Now, with regards, to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, you came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the
Your
next day
wife
as well?
says
Yes.
something
Did you observe
different.
any injuries to him at any point in
None.
time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. Hey, kid, get off my lawn. So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, hey, John just yelled at Dylan. And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, hey, I was just kidding. It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker. And it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
We're going to wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Norm. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to what?
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be session there, let the jurors. It's not going to be too long. We're going to end.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
Thank
stay
you.
there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please sit on your chairs while we all rise. Here we go.
So follow about it. You are muted. I want to get more testimony.
Chris, follow me. Why are they saying follow me? The only fan, the only fan.
Thank you. Please be seated. Both sides.
It's the only fan. Hurry up. How many sidebars does she got? She's got a lot of sidebars.
Thank you. Please be seated. Both sides.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
Well, I wasn't expecting you guys to do that shit right away.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case here should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Norm. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
Why are you chewing
How long
gum?
have you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
My whole life. 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Avenue?
15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes.
What does he do?
He owns a restaurant in Canton.
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where's that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were friendly. We were
lady.
neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street. And we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that knew you that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
She's her best friend.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes.
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
Yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen Read?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms. Read?
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Read in court?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification of
Okay.
the witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Read?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Read wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Read separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have planned for that particular week?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before to a bar in Canton.
And by the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning,
Here
or
we
how,
go with the
how old
ritual
is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago?
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
And we say we had plans to sort of go out. Who's we?
You see, in this ritual shit, oh, when they turn 21, blah, blah, blah. And then her ritual shit, it's just crazy.
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friend?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related?
I'm gonna go smoke.
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
But I'll be in the
Your
chat.
husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
That would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
Is Waterfalls?
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop D&E to Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No, opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else? Or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law lived?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I mean, sort of you in the plural, so you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece, and Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out to celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to waterfall?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain to the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the waterfall, where was it that three of you met?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you, and we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have. Every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in, and the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, like a little against the wall.
And when you went there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially, when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan Morris.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
you know approximately.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband, Christopher, comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got there?
Came in, yeah.
He came in. Did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when
Yes.
he was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correctly? And
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband, Christopher, arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events with Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
But after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then, you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well.
So you have to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And any other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know either.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Before 11 o'clock?
Okay. And with reference to when
That's a sign.
Mr. O'Keefe
You know, when
and,
they start telling lies, the
Ms. Reed came
sirens
into the
go.
waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out. and
Oh,
started
give
drinking
me a
the drink.
break. But the glass was
And as
left
far
on
as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything?
Clear.
the glass was
And,
left on the fucking
The
table.
glass that she had, did you see so the clear liquid inside it?
Yeah, like she
how much of
smuggled the
was
glass with
I don't
her.
recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because she walked in with a glass.
Just
And
a
did you
dumb,
know where Mr. O'Keefe and his
what a dumb part of
from
the
prior to them
story.
getting to
Like
Waterfall?
Yes.
that's
And where
just
was
a dumb part.
CF McCarthy's.
Even if
That's
it's
established.
true,
Yes.
that's just a
And where is that
dumb
in
like
relation to the waterfall?
part of the story.
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's
I mean,
restaurant.
they be
So on the
drinking,
same side,
Kevin.
Opposite side.
I mean,
Opposite side.
they be drinking. I mean, shit. He was almost 3.0 when they fucking tested his blood up death. And when they exasperated her fucking they say that she was almost a 3 when she drove. It's just crazy.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF
Yes.
Water.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion?
But you know what's nefarious about her is you send the leading detective's fucking sister a text message saying, after all this is over, I want to get him a gift. Why would you say that? Unless he covers for, well, obviously he was covering for somebody because he did a shitty investigation, because there's other investigations that he did a damn good job on. This one, not so much, because it involves cops.
To see Mr. O'Keefe, he was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No.
I think
I don't
they
believe-
are the neighborhood.
I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
I had a
And if you know about
migraine.
how much time are we talking?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out, if you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And
California.
My middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes. He was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes.
Is this him communicating with you?
Yes.
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
Yes. My brother and sister-in-law's, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Now, while you were, if I can take it back to the waterfall just for a
Mm-hmm.
second. So while you were at the
wondering if it
waterfall,
was
obviously
even
you see
a
Mr.
birthday.
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you
A
ever see him
hoodie.
with like a winter
It's called
coat
a
or
hoodie.
anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on there?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no
I just
arguments,
thought it was
disagreements, or anything like
normal.
that?
Nope. Nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
During the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down toward your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the walk?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on prior day?
But your husband
I believe
said it was a
we
ritual
discussed just
you
that
did
we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once or something?
Just once to me.
Why does it matter? It don't even fucking matter. Because she wanted to go and
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family
Like, that's the
came home
dumbest
at some
part.
point in the evening, correct?
Like, you ask the dumbest
And,
questions
who
that
came home
really
first?
don't
Your
have
husband,
nothing to
Christopher,
do
or
with
your son Colin?
My husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10.
Oh, he's okay. I get,
Sometime around
I
12:10,
get
yes.
what he's
And what, if
trying to
anything, do you recall
do.
specifically?
Is he's trying to? Oh well, why would she pin this on you guys? Because they didn't go to D&E Pizza? Fuck out of here.
About when your husband Christopher came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out, and he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son Colin, have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin,
Yeah, you know, and so they say he got home at 12, 10, 11, something, 12 something. But by the calculations of the defense, he didn't get home, or the husband didn't get home until 12:20, and then the son came in about 10, 15 minutes later, so that's 12:35, and John O'Keefe was at the house at 12:20. And he was driving in a car, you know.
Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as
Even that gets blown out because the girl that is his friend that really is like his cousin, or you know, they're cousins by marriage, I guess. See, she said she went and picked him up at 12:10. But her Life 360 app didn't say that she picked she went other places. So it's just weird.
Yes, we talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a
And
minute.
she also slips up and says, Colin wasn't at the house when John O'Keefe was there. Wait, he was there in the house? Huh.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I'd asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son Colin?
None.
And fair to say, the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay? Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning on the 29th, About what time was it that you woke up?
Like, see, when they start telling lies and shit, they start cutting them off and all sorts of shit.
About 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him, his birthday?
And I want to know, you know, since it was a blizzard and everybody was staying home and shit like that, right? Was Dunkin' Donuts even open that day? If it was a blizzard and, you know, they were all staying home and shit. I mean, we've never closed down during the blizzard. I mean, shit. I thought most places that get snow don't close down, but whatever. Massachusetts is different.
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him
See?
6 donuts,
There's this ritual.
and I bring them to the house, and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning? As well?
Yes.
Is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
It was 5:55, maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McKay, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McKay?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And
yeah, then it
in
was
reference to the
starting to
house, what,
come
if anything,
down.
did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that time?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
But what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30. Around that.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway. What did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door, and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34
See,
Fairview
she's
Road on the
starting to
morning,
blink and shit. Like,
Nicole
I'm
Albert,
nervous.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
and where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
how long were you,
That's
at
hearsay.
your brother and sister-in-law's house? At?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
how long period of time were you there that?
I would say probably half hour.
To concoct
Not
their
long.
story.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to the questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
Oh, but you guys are driving in the
I don't
snow.
remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road? that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
Reminds me of Meet the Fockers.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
And you say they, how many of them?
There were 2.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just.
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Allen, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you.
Let's go,
Ms. Allen.
Eddie.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to pick up on a question that, and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It was February 10th of 2022 that 2 state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, when you say you knew them.
Him. I'm sorry, him.
Okay, and who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you inside sidebar on this, Mr. Giannetti.
Let's go. They always say when they start doing this. There should be a.
So, Ms. Allen, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
Need a time frame, Mr. Giannetti.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection, move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
Again? Stop looking at the fucking goddamn jury like that. See all these little... Come on. Do 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 do.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
Say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone?
Very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely you talk to
Phone.
Courtney Proctor by
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Of course you don't.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times.
67
You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely
That
with
was a
Courtney
lot.
Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Read, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
But before I approach, your memory is exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I mean, I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to us.
Right. No, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st of 2022.
Can you see that or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these, and it's like...
Mr. Yannetti, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's the third line.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall this.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for...
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's what you have to do.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st, 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the
Of course
arraignment,
you don't.
you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, we should strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
You're not
I
supposed
don't know about
to.
my friends, but yeah.
So is
Not
your
supposed
testimony
to.
that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So, folks, why don't we end here, right? Ms. Alford, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see Council at Tyrone with the jurors. Thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
Leave them on your chairs.
Dirty. Okay, I think that's the end. I don't think they put anything on record. Yeah, they don't put anything on record. All right, that's the end. I will be back for day 4. Wrong. I will be back for day 4, baby. Let me get this. I mean, day 4, day 9. Not day 4, day 9. Day 9, baby. Let me stop this. Stop. In the name of the... Okay, I'm deliriously done. All right. Thank you. Wait. I don't know why I did that. Remove you. Stop sharing. Thank you, everybody that came and watched this debacle with me. This bullshit of a trial. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the love and support. No, you don't really show me love. Thanks for the support. Thank you, Kevin. Again, I appreciate you more than ever. You're always here. You're always liking it. You're You support me in other ways, and I appreciate you so much. And I just want you to know that. Also, like every time I end, make sure you let the ones the ones that you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow is never promised. And watch your surroundings, because you never know. This could be you. So, alrighty then. Everybody stay blessed. Have a good night. Bye. Play it.
Just know I got you, dog. Just put it